have to try to build off of it. Try to ask, what's your end goal? Like, are you trying to build so much power plants, so many, you know,
Yeah, I definitely got caught up in that. I think it
X
wasn't
amount
until
of materials and such?
I think it wasn't
Is
until
this thing stuck again? Of course.
when I was building up the
Okay, no, this is empty.
that last base I was working on right after I finished the first part of the
Okay, it's
train.
running again.
I think that's when I realized, like, oh, that's what I needed to do. Like what you're saying right now, I didn't occur to me until last Tuesday.
All right. Did we?
Hi everybody, we're back.
We're back. This is probably going to be the last satisfactory stream for a while, but
Well, are we going to be doing it on Team Up Tuesdays going forward, or are we going to try to put a lot more effort in other content?
I'm kind of leaning toward maybe singling our efforts and maybe just going back and forth. Like, well, we can do one solo experience and then a team experience. But I guess that mostly depends on whether you all are okay with when it's time to do a team game. Go, 2 days a week on the team game. Or
yeah,
if,
that's fine.
Or if you prefer a break.
Admittedly, like one of the games that we've planned on streaming, I did look. It's finally been confirmed about all the multiplayer modes. It is 1v1 or 3v3.
Okay, so there won't be any team up Armored Core, but there will be solo Armored Core next time we meet.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, I have no idea what my objective is right now in this game. I have totally forgot what we're doing.
It hasn't been that long.
I know you had just come up with you were just developing our aluminum solutions.
Let me just see here.
Aluminum manufacturing process, and that's all I remember.
I'm working on trying to get us the heavy industrial frames so we can get the hover pack.
I just remember what I was going to do.
What?
Go ahead.
What can we build with silica?
Like just pure silica?
Yeah. Like, should I have like other resources or something like that? Like,
I don't.
I just need something because I'd just rather not have it just sit and eventually stockpile to the point of uselessness.
It's funny, because in my solo game, I just the other day got to the point where we could make aluminum, and the only thing that comes to mind is in aluminum manufacturing. But I assume you have too much even for that. That's what I'm doing. Go ahead, sorry.
I know that there's a recipe for concrete using silica, but I know for a fact we don't have that unlocked yet.
Yeah. Is recycling the silica right back into the aluminum ingot process not enough?
Well, no, I can't put it back into the aluminum resource process. Because, okay, it starts with bauxite and water.
Mm-hmm.
Then, as an exit material, it turns into a liquid alumina solution and silica. So, silica is a waste at this point. Then, the alumina solution needs to be mixed with coal to get aluminum scrap and gets us water, which is one of the problems I'm currently having, is trying to deal with how do I recycle this water, and trying to put it back into the loop is sort of difficult.
Okay, because that worked for me in my solo game. Putting it right back in the loop solved that problem immediately for me.
Yeah, well, the problem is like, I'm still putting in too much water, it seems.
And then to make aluminum ingots, you need the aluminum scrap and silica. Is recycling the silica into that loop not enough or not good?
Well, technically that is true. I've currently been shipping it to the main base simply so we have it there.
We have a ton of it here. I think you're better off recycling it. We have a ton of it here, and I have a whole whole base dedicated to that, so we're never going to be short of it.
Yeah,
If-
we're not really stockpiling that much yet. Back here.
If anything, I imagine that eventually I'll need to route that silica to wherever you're processing aluminum. The ingots.
Let's see.
If I'm not doing that already, because I thought you were doing that at the hub.
Well, I am doing it at the hub.
Oh, okay, then the silica box is right underneath you then. So you're not too far from it anyway.
Oh, that's why we need to then take the aluminum ingots to copper. That's what that one is currently doing. To
Yeah.
make the aluminum sheets.
Because I hashed out 120,
Boundaries.
and we need roughly 80 more to go.
75 per minute.
Control.
Let's see here.
I remember what I'm doing now. I need to build the train station to your refinery, your oil refinery. So that's my mission now.
100 minute.
Sorry.
I'm going to hash out the aluminum sheets myself for a brief moment, just so that I can at least put them into the hover pack.
There should be aluminum sheets where I was building the stuff.
Okay, who built a tube?
Me.
Eddie. Who else? So 180. Currently, we are building. How much here? We are creating 360 per minute, so it shouldn't cause a problem.
Ah, I need to go back. I didn't get enough
We have
materials.
to probably just simply make another foundry just to. Oh.
I need a lot more cement and iron sheets if I'm going to make my way to the refinery.
This tube can be improved.
Okay, I need iron sheets. Give me them sheets. Sheets.
Because right now it should be turning them into aluminum ingots and then aluminum sheets.
Okay. Let me double check to make sure.
I imagine you have a wing of that making the casings as well.
No, it's just doing that
Oh, okay.
at the moment. So,
Somebody's calling me on Steam.
Steam? Someone's calling you?
Oh, wait. Give me a moment. I'm gonna pop off.
Sure. It's the FBI. Run. Oh, we haven't created hazmat suits yet. We have the research, but we didn't actually make any of them, right? That's too bad. I should have made that.
Somebody may be joining us very soon.
Ooh, special guest?
Special guest.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, reoriented. I'm gonna fix this tube.
taken that with me? No, I did not.
Okay, those go there.
Are you struggling to stream, Eddie?
No? Why?
Okay, this might just be me.
You're not dropping or anything. At least not yet. And I'm assuming I'm coming in clear.
Well, your audio is. And yeah, your stream seems to be fine.
Okay, so you have assemblers making the actual sheets, and then they're in the assemblers still.
Well, I didn't finish up, okay? Sorry.
It's okay.
Make a box. Make a box. What's in the box?
At that point,
Well-
it shouldn't be that hard.
Asher needs to think outside the box, that's all.
I know the big problem is that I don't know if I've load balanced it correctly because it's relying on being transported by truck. So that does make sort of like the input values a bit wonky.
Wanky.
Yeah, because it's like, can you actually tell how much will be there, you know, every single time?
Yeah.
It's not like load balancing directly off of the node.
Ooh, I almost ran off this cliff.
That's what the jetpack is for.
Yep. Thank God for the jetpack. Okay, this is where I gotta start building a bridge. If you build the bridges, the train will come.
Okay, let's see here. Got 50. Let's see if there's anything else I can revolutionize.
You can revolutionize your face.
There's one thing left in the sulfur category, and we can't do that because we don't have the tier to do it.
Oh, we need, like, uranium?
Yeah, we need uranium. Do we have packaged turbo fuel happening?
No.
Not turbo
As
fuel,
far as
no.
I know.
No, because it needs to be mixed with compacted coal. I don't think we have that process up.
Okay. So the only thing really is just Huber pack.
Once I make this new train system going to the refinery, MPX will have the option of mixing compacted coal with fuel if you would like. Okay, here we go. Getting closer. Closer. I'm almost at the waterfall. Almost there.
Fuck that. Fuck the tube.
No, that's not what the tube is for, David. Don't not.
I'm adjusting the tube so it comes out in a relatively, like, simple place. So, exit.
Yeah, you may adjust your tube, but nothing else. Okay. Man, I'm close to my even actually getting to my goal. Barely. Barely gonna get. This will be fine. From here, I'll be able to be able to get a land route to China. I think I can start ramping down. I need to course correct just a little bit. Oh no, another alien artifact. Ow!
Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
It'll never be too late. Always never be too late. Uh oh.
Harvest.
I got a rocket pack. Dude, those things are stronger than they look. One of those rocket pack guys, like, one-shot me in my personal game the other day. It scared the hell out of me.
That you found this most valuable
I let it get too close to me. I just woke up dead. I didn't have a chance. I didn't stand a chance at all.
Comply.
Okay, I think this should do it. I should be able to go the rest of the way. Sands Bridge building. So, time to go back and get my rails. Gotta get them rails. Gotta get the rails.
The ray hose.
Ray hose. Ray hose.
And then I'm going to go to the other end and fix the other end of your tube.
Are you waiting for your heavy modular frames to get built up?
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to build up, because, like, last I checked, there was only, like, 50 of them.
50?
50. And we need 100.
50 is a pretty good start.
Well, 39 of it was already there from the start of the stream, so...
Okay, I have made a receptacle for all this flat aluminum.
Yay!
Flat aluminum.
The sheety aluminum?
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Here at FRG, we love building bridges.
Am I actually stopgap too? 30 per minute. So 4 of these should not be locking up. Yeah, okay, good. Because how much have you struggled with belt balancing?
The short answer is not at all. That's only because I've only in the last week really cared about it. Like, really started to understand the nuances of it.
Okay, let me just check here. Okay, it's
God, I hate how these things bend. Don't bend. I'm not asking you to bend.
Let's just see here. Okay. Currently, I
That
have
used to work.
1, 2, 3, 4. These, so they're taking in 90 per minute. That's 180. 360. So that's one of them. Okay. Okay, so that's that. Put myself up with these. Let me check power. Where does the tube go?
To my my base that creates modular frames and motors and rotors.
What is with this interesting up and down graph for power?
Oh shoot! Ah!
I think that's actually the
Oh right, the thermal power. that's going up.
geothermal. Yeah, because it's a slow up and down. So
Okay.
it's why it's like it used to be just 450 megawatts straight, but I think in one of the updates they changed it, which
Okay.
that's nice, but it's not necessarily the best.
Also, how big is the batteries that we currently have?
Where are the batteries actually?
I thought you built some next to the geyser.
No, I didn't. I was thinking
we do
about
have
it.
batteries because we have the batteries.
Ah!
I
Ah!
don't know where
Damn
it
it!
is.
That's the thing. It's like I see the battery thing.
Also, I'll bring the heavy industrial frame so we can get on the next milestone.
Relaying message.
Okay.
Hello, this is
Oh
Control
right,
Group.
that's right. You were
Ah!
holding off on that because you.
Stupid spiders!
Doctors
bed.
say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
There's like a spider hiding in the freaking rails. I hate it.
Time to turn on the cat.
No!
But then you can see it a mile away.
No, you absolutely cannot see it a mile away.
The cat is not green.
Spiders are brown and black.
Ah.
though.
I don't know. You end up hearing the spiders more than you see them.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's not great either.
Let's see.
Anyway, going to punch the milestone.
Okay.
Well, you're here.
Yeah, but I was going to be doing like figuring stuff out. I just didn't have the heavy casings.
Oh, you're talking about all the
hover
phase
path
4 stuff?
enables aerial overview of all powered factories, as well as easy transport.
Not the phase 4 stuff.
multi-level
The heavy metal
buildings
casing
by
for the
wirelessly connecting to
hover
the
pack.
power grid.
Supercomputers, cable, and concrete. And heavy modular frames.
Yeah.
If we wanted to go into nuclear power.
Or well, first we have to get aeronautical engineering.
Well, it would be cheaper, probably. Because it
Yeah.
just needs radio control units. And now we can make aluminum casings.
Just select that one. So we have the sheets, which I actually have 100 in my pocket right now. So
Well, yeah, with the production we currently have, we should now actually have more than enough being made to start moving belts over to the new belts. Tier 5 belts? Yeah.
tier 5. Which
Hey, man,
I think
I hate how the leaves rustling sound like the spiders now.
that versus the meowing.
Well, now I don't know if I'm hearing leaves or I'm hearing spiders.
Are you near a cave?
Yes, and it's dark.
It's spiders. Alright. Yeah. You have plastic. Shove plastic in there. No plastic? No! Don't get me stuck down there.
You know what? The one thing I should have done before I left base was make explosive.
Nobelisks?
No, the explosive rebar.
Oh, okay.
But
The
I didn't.
shatter rebar?
Yeah, no, explosive rebar. Okay, I think I cleared out all the evil spiders, so I can continue making my rail. Ah, there's one more!
Also, are these the tiny spiders or the big spiders?
Tiny spiders.
Oh.
Okay.
Which, I think those are actively worse.
What, the tiny ones?
Yeah, the tiny ones, because they are way smaller.
I don't know. I think the big ones are annoying because they have huge leashes. Like, they are willing to travel halfway across the world just to
Yeah.
jump you.
And they got jumps. They got hops. Okay, which am I going here? I am sticking to the right. Okay. It helps that I'm seeing your stairmaster over here.
What's Stairmaster?
The one that's going up this huge hill into the red forest
Oh.
area.
Oh yeah, that. The Minecraft way of solving things.
Build stair.
You know, even though I don't play that game often, it reminds me a lot of Fortnite.
What?
Are you joking?
No, a lot of this. Whenever I do see people playing Fortnite, there's a lot of like making those walls and platforms to scale.
Eddie, the way that you phrased it sounded more like Minecraft reminds you of Fortnite.
Oh no. I meant the stair building.
Okay, the stair building in Fortnite is a very unique way of using the mechanics in that game.
I will give them applaud for actually using that in in combat. That definitely does change up the game, but then after a bit, it's like, and the novelty is gone.
You say that, but I haven't seen a game ever that doesn't involve that. Like that's part of the experience. And there are definitely people who don't take to it. Like, you know, those people who don't like items in Super Smash Brothers, but
Well, aren't you one of those items in Smash Brothers? One of those people that say, like, no items in Smash?
I mean, I generally favor that, but I'm also not opposed to having items. There's people who are like, oh my god, no.
You have items? Fox only. Final Destination Fox only.
Yeah.
No
Hey.
items.
that kind of personality.
There we go. And what does it need to make? The radio control units. Casings and crystal oscillations.
Oh yeah, I need to check the water for this.
This is gonna be too steep. Okay, I need to stop being lazy about this. Oh yeah, swell job, Eddie. Just ram our train to a mountainside. Bring it on! Whew, I won. I won because I wasn't fighting spiders. And not fighting spiders is half the battle. G.I. Joe! Oh, I think I was getting pretty close. I'm still far away from you.
Okay, so
Ooh, this is a big cave. Did you have to go through a big cave to get to your super stair, MPX?
What?
Did you have to go through a large cave to get to your super stairs?
No.
Am I going somewhere unnecessary? I might be.
Maybe. Anyway,
I might be going somewhere unnecessary. No, but the question is, how do I get up there? I'm gonna have to build more ramps to get up there. More ramps it is. Oh, there's your super stairs. Some more super stairs. So that is the direction I want to go in. Excellent. I don't know if I built these steep enough. I did not build these steep enough. What a shame.
Okay, I'm going to start to work on using some of the resources from the train to make some crystal oscillators. Like a dedicated crystal oscillator maker.
Yeah, I have that already.
What? Really?
Yeah.
I meant like at base.
I mean, I was already importing those. That's why we have the crystal. Oh, crystal oscillator. Never mind. Sorry, ignore me. I think you meant oscillator.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Also,
Okay. Nope. Then I am wrong. No. I don't have one of those. Nope.
I mean, yes, I have built one that deals with it, but that is more of just
I think you meant quartz crystals for some reason. My brain mistranslated what you were saying.
yes. It's like I'm taking those said quartz crystals to then make stuff. Okay. Okay, have that now. Cool. Because we're going to need something dedicated for the crystal oscillation to make the radio control units. Because the radio control units, I think, were introduced in the patch that I just kind of dropped off of, which was like update 4. Because I played a little bit into update 4, because that's where all the fun stuff like aluminum got intriguing.
Face is intriguing.
Okay. Alright, you are making crystal oscillations. Are we importing anything like just plate, like standard reinforced plates or anything like that?
No, because we were making those all near base, so I wasn't building anything like that.
Okay. I need to figure out where...
Oh, I think one of the other reasons why I ended up deciding to just ship it is because... Let me just check again. I don't think there's a good copper ore deposit near where I am.
Ah.
So it's another hell belt to get it to this location.
Hmm.
Yeah, okay. The first copper belt is like over 1,000. It's a kilometer away. They're all a kilometer away from me.
Ah.
So it's like, I'm already doing that with the bauxite, so it's like, ugh. And the coal. So it's just a pain in the butt.
No, 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 no. Okay.
MPX, you wouldn't happen to have a supply of cement near your refinery, would you?
What?
Cement near your refinery, your oil refinery area.
A supply of what?
Cement.
Cement.
Concrete.
Concrete. Sorry, concrete.
I actually don't know if there's a good limestone. There might be?
You didn't craft one yourself, then.
No. This isn't looking good.
What is
Okay,
it looking
first,
good?
yeah, it's another kilometer away, sort of thing. They're all sort of awkward.
I might have to go back to base then to get some more concrete as I ran out.
Let me check. I might actually have kept at least a couple of stacks of concrete here, down here. For, you know, those times where it's like, oh, I would wish I had some and not
would-
have to travel all the way back.
That would be super helpful.
Unfortunately, no. I do not have any down here. At least not in the one place I've been keeping as a repository of stuff.
Play sad, then I guess. Then I guess that's it. I'm gonna take the next truck home.
Yep.
So close. I managed to reach your conveyor belts, and then just a huge steep. I made it to the waterfall basically, and then it was all way too downhill from there, too steep to make tracks to go down.
Okay. Let me just. Let me make better stupid power pole.
I'm gonna have to find a place to make a train station too.
Okay. Alright, plastic is holding up the train. So, alright.
You know what, MPX? Since this is semi-imminent, you might want to let me know, or you yourself do so. Build a train station, or at least tell me where you would want one built.
Okay, let me check where you're coming in with the train track. I'm guessing it's somewhere similar to where your road currently is.
Nope, it's actually if you follow your conveyor belts.
Okay, which conveyor belts? The
The
ones
ones-
that I...
Yeah, the one's all the way over there.
Okay.
But I stopped at the very tip of that cliff above you because there wasn't a smooth way down.
Yeah, we would probably have to build something.
Yeah, that's why I have to go back and get the concrete for.
Uh, Well, unfortunately, everything is currently being filed over to your truck station at the moment.
I mean, I can turn the truck station into a train station. It's not a bad
That's
idea.
probably the best idea at the moment, especially since it would give you a very lenient angle of descent.
Okay. Then I will do so. I will return with my materials and we'll get her done. Are you going to need fluid platforms? MPX, do you imagine we'll be exporting fuel out of your base?
Yeah. Currently, we still are stockpiling fuel, but we should consider the three major exports, well, four technically, be the raw aluminum, the fuel, plastic, and rubber.
The fuel, do you imagine we'll be transporting it packaged, or with the train now we can transport it unpackaged?
It's better to move it packaged.
Okay.
Because if we use a liquid fuel car, it technically takes up more space. It technically wastes a lot of time.
Okay. We'll forego it then.
The fuel car unfortunately only has like a volume of like, I forget exactly what it is, but like say less than the industrial fluid buffers.
That is pretty small.
And it being packaged the way it is, technically you can move more fuel that way. Like if you really wanted to, or move a liquid, it's better to just package it than move it as solid transport, and then unpackage wherever we need it.
Okay, 10-4.
Basically, unpack, take the old canisters back to the original location, kind of stuff.
Recycle them, if you so choose to.
Because unpacking gets us the containers back. Also, I did learn about the next update for Satisfactory.
Oh, really? Is info on it?
Yeah, well, they've... you can do the experimental builds and stuff.
Oh, that's what that's about. Okay, I didn't understand
that's what that is. Yeah. With the experimental builds, you can try and test stuff out. They do warn that it can corrupt or things may not work as intended. But they were introducing various ways of changing how certain fuels work. So, because this was on the YouTuber that I watch for Satisfactory, he was showing stuff off, including like the factor of liquid, and he was basically showing off how the different fuels are going to work in the next update. Which we actually do want to get on that because liquid biofuel is insane.
There's more uses for it in the experimental run?
Liquid biofuel in your jetpack takes almost 2 to 3 times longer to burn through a tank than it does normal fuel.
Oh, well, that's pretty good.
Whereas jet fuel, the turbo fuel, it's faster to burn through, but you go like twice as fast.
Oh, I didn't realize there was a... Wait, the jetpacks use turbo fuel?
the jetpacks can use turbo fuel.
It didn't let me use it in my personal game.
Well,
it
so
might be a
this
new
is an up-
change.
It, as stated, these are for
Oh.
the future updates.
Gotcha, you're right.
Updates.
Well, okay. I didn't realize that was specifically one of those changes.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I have started up a quartz crystal oscillator manufacturing, ganking some plates from someplace down below that honestly, that's fine.
Nope, I am going the wrong way.
Okay, that's working. I think I could hammer out those cases. And then what does it take to make radios?
Whoa, on the radio.
Okay, control units. 32 aluminum casings, 1 crystal oscillator, and 1 computer.
And a partridge in a pear
Makes
tree.
2 radio control units. That's a interesting takeaway on that one. So to make 50, we just need 25 computers.
Oh, forgot to get the materials I needed for the train stations. Oh, and I gotta get some fuel too. I'm low on that too. I'm coming in for a landing.
Ugh.
Boom. Okay. Which one of these is fuel again? Got this one. Got this one. This one.
32.
Do you have computers to spare, Asher?
Oh, we have a fuck ton of computers to spare.
Good. I'm gonna take a slightly thin slice of that fuck ton.
I'm pretty sure we have about like 400 computers,
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's perfectly fine.
Mine is, I think, might be a single-digit percentage. Almost. I'll take.
Supercomputers, that's a different matter, though.
Don't worry, I don't need those yet.
Those ones okay.
Once I'm done with this railroad track, I'm gonna work on developing us explosive rebar. That's a beautiful tool.
The heck? This is only shared in this one? That doesn't make any sense.
What are you looking at?
Well, I thought I was producing like a ton of power, but it's not connected? What's going on? Okay. You. Okay. Weird.
Why is our capacity down?
Well, it sounds like
Because some things are not running at full tilt?
Well, no, it's like beforehand, like when I was looking at it, the production and capacity were like very up near the top. Now they're kind of getting very close to consumption. So,
Well, let me check over to my oil plant. Maybe something has gone awry.
okay.
gotta come up with a name for this one. Let's connect it to the Navlicker. The only muscle attached. No, what bone is connected?
Okay, I am confused about the power situation now. Did you end up accidentally disconnecting your power stuff from the rest of the network?
Did
Nope.
you disconnect like a train track, Eddie?
No.
Hmm.
And even
The
if
only
that was
thing
even if that was the case, the only place that's connected solely by train track is my eastern oil refinery.
It makes me wonder if I accidentally disconnected this off of the network.
Like the only thing I did is I ganked your train station back at home base for use for connecting up power to the crystal oscillator that I'm running. The manufacturer creating the crystal oscillators. Okay, so I need 25.
So I do have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I'm currently backed up on plastics. What is this supposed to be producing? Oh, waste.
Well, considering we have a Empire State sized tower of plastics back home, I think you can recycle those into shop points for now.
Yeah, I think I accidentally severed the network. Because I was trying to do some... change up some of the wires here, simply because it's like getting nasty and I haven't been using power poles. Rank 2?
Because rank 3 requires high-speed connectors, I believe.
Yeah, but I haven't even been using number 2s.
Ugh.
So, end up having to shift things around. There. Now it should be reconnected. Did I accidentally cause any power outs while I was doing that? Didn't hear any.
No.
Even if you did, we have the battery backup. It has plenty of juice. So
Well, how bad did the battery go?
it didn't seem like it moved at all. It seemed like it was 100 last time I checked.
Yeah, but how many of those batteries do we have?
Oh, that's a good question. Again, I haven't built batteries myself, so I don't know.
I mean, if we only have one, that thing's barely gonna last.
Right. I mean, we.
Well,
Again,
let me just make a battery pack down here, then I should be able to make it.
Where you have the geysers would be a perfect place for more batteries. So.
Yeah, they just need stators and wire, copper wire, and like cubes. It's not all that
Standard.
expensive.
Standard cubes.
Yep, not even heavy, unless there's like a second tier of battery.
Not that I'm aware of.
And I haven't seen any, so...
Speaking of supplies, I'm about to cut off the truck from commission. Is that all right with you?
That's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
since you're going to need to be replacing it, that's fine with me as well.
All right. I am retiring this station. Which, at the very least, means that unless you want to transport it too, you can stop sending fuel over here.
I think we got a good stockpile of fuel for now.
Okay, did I somehow disconnected the network again. Don't understand. These are connected. That's connected.
Perfect. That was even better than I thought.
Okay, I just do not understand. Is power fluctuated back down again?
Give me a moment. Currently checking up on the
It's
crystal wash plate.
sloping, but and now it's sloping back up. It's not as jagged, but it's slopey.
Well, the slopey bit, that's purely due to...
Yeah, but numbers.
Current capacity is... I'd say ranging...
It's at 3,200, 3,300 right now.
Yeah,
like-
somehow... Why does this keep happening?
You want me to just turn off the
No, it's
Geother-
not the geothermal. I'm trying to rewire stuff, and it's suddenly now off the grid.
Intriguing. Okay.
Like, it's not like there's this bizarre power limit or something. That's not changing anything. What got deleted?
Okay, now I gotta figure out how to.
Oh, did you end up deleting some of these?
The power poles? No, I haven't touched those.
Okay, these are reading correctly.
Oh, I didn't bring parts for an electric motor freight. Oh, but I have them. Good. Oh, but I don't need them.
But I go over to my plant and suddenly saying, oh, we're just an island. We're not supplying power to any place else.
Weird. I mean, you could try, I guess, following it to see where your point of entry is and just trace it. Or start over and take power from the rail.
Oh, another thing about the update.
Hmm.
You know the stinky rocks?
Yeah.
Nobelisks will now delete them in the update,
Nice.
which means they will finally be permanently be able to gotten rid of.
Get.
Gotten.
Gotten.
Got. Eh. Okay. Let's see.
Okay, I found the disconnected part. So we should have full power again. We got lucky, essentially, with...
What got disconnected?
Yeah, because if you notice, the production ended up getting close to consumption.
Yeah.
Anyway. I don't know if it's a good idea to make the battery place right beside the power plant. Because, let's face it, the point of the batteries is to keep things supplied when they are disconnected from the power plant.
Fair.
Yeah.
Comply.
That's the direction you're going for this?
Unfortunately, because it's just so steep that I can't go down quick enough.
Well, you could have. I thought you were coming in from a different angle, so you would be angling it towards this direction, not
Yeah.
the opposite.
Except that was the exit that I ended up finding, and it was way too close to compensate for that angle. So I had to go I had to do this whole U-turn in order to safely, or at all, come down from this ledge. Because if I built this slope going towards the station, there wouldn't be enough. There's not enough distance between here and there to make that dip. Alright, so a little bit of a scenic route.
Oh yeah. Completely forgot to check that. Let's see. Is the floaty thing now we build it in the shop?
Which equipment? Equipment.
What floaty thing?
The
New
Hover pack?
hover. Yeah.
Oh, we can build that already?
yeah.
Nice.
Milestone
I haven't
reached.
seen that before.
Aerial transport of resources is now possible with the use of drones, ideal for shipping across long distances or difficult terrain. Ensure the presence of batteries at drone ports for
Oh,
optimal
really?
results.
That's what
A
that
new
is? That's neat.
Project part enables
Yeah. Aeronautical is now we have drones that can deliver stuff.
Sweet.
They're highly inefficient, but for certain nodes and like deliveries, they work probably better than making, belt spaghetti.
All right. So, are we going to start with the big boy now?
Nuclear.
Nuclear.
I
Yes.
mean, we're
We're
sure.
currently
You
good
found this
on
most valuable
power.
artifact.
Like even building incredibly complex systems are perfectly fine. We just probably need to get ahead of it before we hit the next major bottleneck.
Yeah, there's excellent point because we've made this node, but there's still a lot of stuff we haven't automated yet.
Yeah. Okay.
We're almost getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, considering that to complete phase 4, we're going to have to make. I think we can make one of those now, but it's like, ugh. Let's see. Okay, we just got assembly director system, and you want to know what it is?
What is it? With the assembly director?
That's under phase 4. It's the first one in line. That it's one of the 4,000 ones.
Oh,
It's
it's a space
and that
elevator
one-
thing.
Yeah, the space elevator one. Not only does that require the adaptive control unit, that requires supercomputers. And it's 2 adaptive control units, 1 supercomputer, to 1 assembly director system.
Gentlemen, we did it. I just finished connecting the last track. So now we have a train that goes all over our known space.
Cool.
So I'll add stops for our 2 new train stations, Cuboid and drumroll Laterary, to go to the hub to load up at these 2 stations and unload at the hub. That being said, the one of those bases was at the Caterium extract that I have that is isolated and will now be part of the network. But do we care to have Caterium items coming to the base?
Caterium?
Caterium items coming to the base? Do we care for that? Want that?
We kind of do in order to make supercomputers because we need stuff like high-speed connectors, AI limiters, and stuff in order to make supercomputers.
In that case, should I start sending a quick wire toward the hub?
Potentially, or if you can get things set up so that they are automatically like made and then sent to the hub, that would be slightly bit better.
You're gonna have to clarify what you're saying, because I'm just talking about quick wire. Do you want something else built and sent to the hub?
High-speed connectors and AI limiters.
Okay.
Which are made with quick wire.
So you would prefer that we build those off-site and then have them shipped?
Yeah.
Okay. I will look into doing just that.
I think AI limiters are copper sheets, whereas high-speed connector, that one
requires circuit boards, which is plastic and copper sheets.
Yeah, plastic and copper sheets, which basically just means that, like, if you can build a couple of assemblers.
The problem with high-speed connectors is they require crystal oscillators.
Oh, right.
I mean, the only problem being that building that off-site might be more trouble than it's worth.
Yeah.
It's almost more worth sending the crystal oscillator. The circuit boards, and then having them processed as high-speed connectors at the hub.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, let's check.
Oh, that's the thing with the power pack.
You can only do it during next to power lines. Yes.
Oh.
I know we were talking over the explanation, but that's why.
Ah, I see. Once you get too far...
Beep, beep, beep. Out of range. Testing it out versus the jetpack?
Yeah, since I could have made it. The jetpack, it probably has far more use, obviously, away from such systems.
Yeah, better for exploration. We're past it.
Okay. First, I'm going to work on explosive rebar. So for that, we need rebar, smokeless powder, and steel pipes. Okay, that's actually very doable. Time to clear shrubbery away from my train tracks. Be gone with your shrubbery. Be gone. Your presence is no longer wanted. Be gone with you. Offending shrubs. Be gone. Ow. More spiders here? Seriously? I have all of the worst luck.
Full of spiders.
Just like they said in Game of Thrones, the night is terrible and full of spiders. No, that's Game of Thrones. Whatever.
What? The night is full of spiders?
I think it was the night is full of terrors, but
Well, yes, that's the actual quote.
spiders are
That's half
terrible.
of it.
So
It's a terrible night to have a curse.
I'm not even paying attention to what I'm doing.
Okay.
Also, does the train make the sound when it comes near?
it goes whoop, whoop.
Does the train
And
sound?
it's got a low hum to it. Like you can hear like train. It sounds like a train.
Well, yeah, but does it at least make a big honk sound when you accidentally get in front of it?
I don't know if it does it when you get in front of it. It does. The only time I know it does it is when it pulls away from a station.
Or
Okay.
comes into a station.
Yeah. But also, you shouldn't be hearing it because there isn't a train going by you yet. Or no, you're here though. Never mind. I thought you were still back.
There's a train at
I thought you
most
were-
places.
Well, I have train
I'm
tracks near
back
the
at-
refinery, but
I'm back near my original base.
okay,
Well.
then that makes sense why you heard it.
Well, it's not that I heard it. It's the fact that I keep on crossing these tracks and wondering, this is going to be really embarrassing if the train actually shows up.
it
And
it does hurt.
I wasn't ready for it.
I don't know if it actually causes damage, but you'll notice.
I mean, even if the train's collision doesn't cause you damage, the falling from wherever it bounces you are off to may.
That may, yes.
Oh.
Speaking of which, the train is coming, so do be careful.
Beep beep, motherfucker.
I guess one thing we could do is try to hunt for more hard drives.
Yeah, there's next to my base in the east. There's a lot of hard drives within the radius of my radar. It's like 7 or 10. I forget what last count I had there.
Alright, I already have those.
I know, I'm just being annoying.
Decorating?
No, it's like, I want to put this just to make sure it's there. I mean, yeah, it's probably the easiest thing to fulfill. Do you happen to have the heavy modular frames for it?
I have the cable. I am double checking on the frames right now because
I can bring at least 200 easily.
that's probably because mine is all hand loading, and I.
Yeah. Well, mine is also hand-loaded. The difference is that I think I have much better supplies for most of the things. Admittedly, it probably would be better if I actually, put it together properly.
We probably should have a section that's just for it.
Okay. I'll pick it up, just so it's out of the way.
Yeah. I'm also trying to get the supercomputers back up
Hmm.
because that's its own thing.
How hard is aluminum casing?
Aluminum casing, I believe, is ingots to casings, and it's like a 3-to-2 ratio.
Oh, in other words, we need to shunt off some from plating to make casing. Right.
Yes.
Ah. Well, technically, my base down south is just making ingots, so it could theoretically just make casing, since it seems like it's just a constructor part, essentially.
Yeah.
Since it's a one and done. Like, I can check right now. Yeah. And it's back.
Okay, I'm going to...
Okay. I've contributed.
Alright, let me get supercomputers at least back up and running real quick, and then I'll drop my stuff off.
Yeah. Too bad there isn't like a trolley cart that we can attach to the train rail.
Right? I always think about that. That would be nice.
Hand crank trolley.
Well, you know, just simply an electric trolley cart that we can just simply ride the rails by ourselves and not have to rely on the automated train.
Okay. Okay, what?
What?
I saw Eddie's train going backwards.
Yes, trains
Because
can go
he's
backwards.
driving it backwards.
Yeah,
Oh.
trains can go backwards, my friend.
No, it was more like, did Eddie automate this thing backwards?
No, I'm running it manually right now, testing out some track configurations.
Okay, are you trying to make train track spaghetti now?
A little bit.
Probably.
Should be the good kind of spaghetti.
Yay. Now I just need filters for that. Alright.
And my twitchy fingers.
Twanchy fingers?
Alright, do you want me to connect all of these pipes into it? Well, let's see. There's only like 2 in. So.
Why did I build so many carts for this thing?
Alright. Supercomputer reinitialized. Oh, wow, we already have 24 in place. So once that hits 50.
This might be a pipe dream.
Wait, we can reduce. Takes 90, 60 a minute. Well, right now we're building.
This is good enough. Okay, and then you're set to load. Good. Perfect.
Just make sure. Are we bringing in normal coal or compacted coal in the base?
I think neither. Because it didn't seem like we had it used for coal at the base at the time that an MPX excavated coal. I've been using it to mix stuff off base to make like black powder, but I haven't used it to.
We are actually bringing normal coal into the base.
Oh, okay. Maybe I was thinking before I acted.
Well,
Do we?
basic coal is needed for normal filters.
Okay. Oh, you know why? We're probably bringing it in to help with the aluminum stuff. Oh no, he's pre-processing that before he comes by, so that's not me either.
Yeah, but the gas filters are needed for the iodine-infused filters, which are needed for quite literally nuclear handling. Let's see how we're doing.
Oh, I have a stupid idea that's going to work. Ha.
Okay, I am making aluminum casings down here, just in
Okay.
case we need a surplus of them.
Oh, you want me to set up the former truck stop to start taking the...
Well, I've connected the primary one, which is the aluminum. But I am wondering whether or not you think we also need... What is with this?
With what?
What is with this loop? Ah!
It's so
Are you
that
talking about
the train loop?
Yes, why is the train going backwards again? Are you driving it?
Yes.
He's driving it.
Yes,
Yeah,
because-
but what's it with this loop that goes in through my bridge?
So that it can turn around and go back to the hub instead of going all around the world to get back to the hub.
Yeah, except it's just sort of very unaesthetic.
Why have tiny loops when you can just make one big one?
Well,
a-
it's going through a bridge.
Yeah. I thought the water was deeper. I thought it would go deeper into the water.
Oh my god. I'm looking at these various loops that he has created, and I'm going like,
They get the job done.
but they look so foogly.
Did you pick up anything?
You know what? I don't think it did. Oh no! I got off the train. Well, it's gonna have to do it later. So. Oh well, I have to go back to base anyway and set up the hub to intake scrap at the train yard.
Why are there like weird little tiny puddles of stuff on the ground here? Copper, aluminum scrap, and silica. What?
That totally isn't me because I haven't been messing with aluminum. So.
What time is it?
It is 8:30.
Okay.
The walk of shame for having gotten off the train.
40.
Does the geyser search only for thermo geysers or any geyser?
We haven't researched the other one, which is nitrogen, water, the pressurized geysers. So the geyser search for now will only search for geothermal.
Okay.
Okay. Because leading, I believe, no, advanced aluminum production is. Oh, they're called wells, not geysers. So once we research, once we're done with nuclear, or at least got it and it unlocked, that's the next thing on the queue because that's kind of actually important for battery making. And by battery, I mean like the drone batteries.
I thought drones could at least use fuel.
No, they actually just use batteries. At least that's what I saw when watching Kibitz.
Mm-hmm.
Three. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I need programmable blah blah blahs. And I need supercomputers. May I partake of 8 supercomputers?
No.
Currently, they're all being set aside to make the next milestone.
There will be more produced, but as of right now, the 8 that we need, the 50 that we need, we're damn close.
I mean, fine, whatever.
Because, like, we only need 5 more, but we're primed to make another, like, 40 at least. So.
Organize our hub. That's a good time to go stock back up on steel. Steel and steel accessories. Or I guess I can work on the explosive wire for now.
Explosive wiring?
Yeah. Rebar.
Oh, explosive rebar. Why did you need 8 computers?
Programmable splitters.
I thought those only needed 1.
Yeah, but I'm making 8.
Why do you need to make 8?
Because it's how many I'm going to need. It's going to take to organize the hub.
Okay, somehow I've managed to run out of silica here.
Really?
Yes.
Even from my stash?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll go and I guess I'm gonna have to stop this project now and go and restart, if I haven't already, silica transport.
Like, okay, that's... Yeah, it's empty.
That's surprising.
But good. I mean, oh, here's some.
Good.
There's some on the floor, by the way, if you want to use some for now. Right where I am.
that's not enough.
No, but I mean, I assume you would rather use it than it be left here.
Okay, supercomputers are now technically free.
Well, the good news is that we are technically.
Wow!
Milestone reached. Uranium scanning unlocked. With the provided buildings and parts, you can now set up nuclear power generation, which balances an increase of fuel production complexity with improved power output. A new project part enables progress to the next phase. Note, this method of
PX,
power
do you want to pick up the
generation creates
silica that's
nuclear
here?
waste.
Or want me to just toss it in?
Sure.
Okay, I'll toss it.
Also, as a heads up, when I pressed the button, I didn't get the normal press in. A little tiny fist icon smashed down on the button.
Oh, interesting.
So, I think that's just for nuclear power.
Okay. Well, I'm going to try to move towards that then, since I'm the power guy.
Can we hold off until we get the advanced one?
Probably, but I at least want to plan out some of the locations, okay?
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
As
fine.
As soon as we get the uranium, figure out the road to it, not actually mine it or start up the entire process.
Okay, Eddie,
Mhm.
with the way programmable needs, you can use one programmable, and then they go into the smart splitters.
Hmm?
Don't need 8. You can use
Do-
like
Do you
2.
do you want to organize the hub?
I can.
Okay, then you can organize the hub.
Okay, let me take all these down, and I'm going to get all these. Why are we doubling up on these ones?
Which ones? What?
The various, why do we have 4 connections to the various boxes?
Well, are you talking inputs or outputs?
Okay.
Because, okay, the reason why I put 2 belts coming off of the silica.
Not the silica. I'm talking
Okay.
from the train.
Well, you would have to ask the person who organized that.
Yeah,
I thought
but I'm being asked rhetorical questions just to criticize, so I prefer not.
Well, the way
No,
I
it's
thought,
not an actual rhetorical question. It's we only need 1 input per container.
That exists because if there's 2 going out, they empty quicker.
We can also double up the belts.
well, we now have more access to faster belts, so
Yeah. Alright, so...
Again, you're welcome to
technically,
organize
I
this.
believe we are at the fastest belt. There is
There we
nothing faster, so if we need to transport something more than 720 units on one belt, we can't.
Okay, so... So... You are...
Oh, right. Search for uranium.
Fabric, plastic... Okay, so fabric and plastic. That item.
Uranium, that way.
Oh. Okay. Hedge package, smokes powder. Alright. Okay. It's silica. Coal and motor. So quartz, crystal. Add item.
Iron rebar, steel pipe, pipes over there. Giving 3 by over here, and ladders up top.
Motor and coal. Okay, I'm gonna go start swapping these belts out for Mark 5s, since we have a stockpile of those.
The
The current setup for the train hub doesn't take in aluminum scrap. That's one of the things I was going to add.
Okay.
thought it did.
No, because we were
Oh,
taking
no.
we were taking through the truck, but the
Okay.
hub didn't count for that.
Do hazmat suits wear out over time?
They require a filter.
The filter wears out.
Yeah.
Okay, so filters.
Hey Eddie,
Mhm.
take it. Look at what I've done to your organization.
I will go over there
With
in a
only
bit.
using one programmable splitter.
Okay, I'll be there. Oh, there was a spider here.
Also, I updated all the belts for the hub stuff to the tier 5.
Sweet. And then you included the aluminum scrap. Take.
Wait, are we getting aluminum scrap in here?
Yeah.
Okay. So, which container was going to have the aluminum scrap?
Didn't make that decision at the time. I was thinking maybe a new one that I built on the left, but I hadn't finished it. So, I guess wherever there's a box for it.
Okay, I may have to move some of your things after the train station is emptied, because it's going to empty stupid fast. Okay. Unless that's you.
Huh?
Nope, that's just the train.
No, yeah, I'm making a explosive rebar right now.
Okay. And we emptied out just as it's depositing everything back into the train station. Okay.
Question. Do you need to have separate filters for the gas and the radiation?
Yes.
Okay.
And in order to make the iodized filter, you have to use the normal filter.
Yes, I know. I've been looking at it.
But you do need... So this is a question. So you need both types of filters on unit actively now?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what he
Yes.
said.
Okay.
It's just that one filter is filtered into the next one.
Which, honestly, we should probably start making an automation for filters, because we have
A lot
Lots-
of fabric and rubber and
I think-
excess coal at this point.
Yeah, we can take the coal that we've been depositing and the fabric. Okay, let this drain out. It should be fairly quick. Admittedly, we're getting a lot of silica, so that's a good sign.
Well, we finally have something to use it for.
Yeah.
Though I will say this, we are actually getting the stockpile for the aluminum plating very easily right now. So if we need something to use it for, please do.
Replace all the
you-
belts.
Yeah, that'd probably be a good one. There is more than enough to start replacing to use it as your base belt line at this point.
I'll have to grab some sheets because I don't have any on me yet.
Are you empty? You're empty. Okay, so.
I need plastic. Okay, I'm heading back to the hub, so I'll go take a look at handiwork while I'm over there.
Okay. And then more splitter. Add item. This is maybe no scrap. Left out, but scrap.
How long does the filters last anyway?
Fabric.
Time-wise, I'm not sure. They seem to last a bit. Like, I haven't had to recreate my gas mask filters. I think I still have 4 left since we started using them.
Well, how much was the initial stack? Like
10.
50?
Yeah, I only gave myself 10.
Okay, 5. There we go. So, using your system as a basis,
Okay, it caps out at 50.
everything filters through this one. Where are you, Eddie?
Right behind you. Or, well, at the hub. The train station.
So basically, everything drops off on this, hits this. From here, on this side, we've set it so that fabric, plastic, and the aluminum scrap goes to the left. I set up that very far left one for scrap since it didn't look like anything was in it. Center will then take the heavy package oil residue and smokeless powder and send it off that way. Quartz, silica, motor, and any undefined go that way and then filter into these ones. And then they operate the same.
Oh, okay.
So, basically, undefined will go into that bin over there if anything somehow gets its way in.
Alright, that's pretty efficient.
And it was using the system you had set up. I just said, and if you come over here and press E, you can see the entire thing.
Yeah, the inefficient of what I was gonna do is I was gonna put the programmer splitters in a line and have them feed into a limiter. But no, this makes a lot more sense.
This is how my mind works. It's like, you have a system in place. We just, instead of doing all the weird stuff, we just
Yeah, the weird thing was that I was gonna put a line of these to filter left and right, but I guess but no, this way is way better.
I mean, yeah, this is probably we
And,
still
like-
need to figure this out.
Like I wasn't gonna make a splitter per box. It was gonna be
Okay, are
a
both
splitter
of you
per.
going to be staying near the center base for the next 2 minutes?
Yeah, we'll be
I
here.
will be.
Yeah, we'll be here.
Okay. I come bearing gifts.
Cool. I just kind of grab some plastic. Are we sorting plastic into here? Yes, we are.
Yes, we are. That's the one. You went the wrong way around. It's the one on the opposite side, Eddie. There you go. But no, it's the factor that it's like I figured you were going to be replacing each of those splitters that you had stacked up.
Oh no.
With one of these.
No.
To me, it's like, oh no, why?
I was gonna make
Why?
I was gonna make a programmer splitter per one of those. And
That's
one
what
of
I mean. It's
and
like
one
you
of
were gonna
those
be-
I was gonna go through to 3 boxes each, but
Yeah,
that's not necessary.
yeah. It's basically like I figured you were going to be doing a programmable splitter here, 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 and then here. Whereas it's like, no, we already have things that we can easily just modify so that instead of like undefined, that we can then technically start opening up certain things, like maybe opening up some of those further boxes to other things and then rearranging some belts. Like maybe take this one, which has quartz, and bring it over to this one, so this opens up this one a little bit, possibly. But it is what it is. And did you drop a filter? Why are you? Are these for us?
Yes.
Yay!
Okay.
More gas filters.
I have 70 now, but whatever.
I have 57. Thank you.
I have 100. Because I am soon going to go back to my base, use the aluminum casings, and be immune to radiation.
Yay!
I'm trying to remember, because, like, I swear at one point you were able to select what came out of these ports for the platform.
Oh, that would be nice if that was a thing.
I think that got changed.
It'd be nice if the exit ports of these were programmable off the bat, but
Oh yeah, watch how fast this sorts. This is so just
Well, you're using the new tier 5s, right?
Yeah.
yes. Pop it in.
Not seeing anything on the stream.
It takes
Where-
a moment.
Okay.
oh, there we go. Yep. Man, that is fast.
Yeah. It is fast, efficient, and
Sharp as a tack.
the best way I could describe it, Eddie, is that you had a fairly good system. It just there was one flaw, and that was the fact that we were using the undefined. Because, but now that we've got this in place, it's a lot smoother, and that saves us on supercomputers. Which, let me drop the 2 that I have in my inventory from the 2 extra that you that you had created.
I might
So-
have still doubled it up, but I mean this is fine. To be even quicker, but I mean honestly we can upgrade it later to double up. Once we have a surplus of supercomputers. Which
Yeah,
I mean we only need one more supercomputer, so it wouldn't be that big a deal.
yeah.
But we can
It's
double
just-
it up. We can double it up at some point.
With the tier 5, we don't necessarily need to.
No, but
Oh,
you
actually, I should probably upgrade those.
upgrade what? Oh, yeah.
Upgrade,
Yeah.
upgrading the various belts to 5.
You think it makes sense to make our stack towers uniform, or
Not
keep it
necessarily.
or keep it as needed?
I want to say keep it as neat as possible. I'm just updating all of the various container.
I'm gonna go back and finish creating our explosive rebar.
Ah!
Are you able to kill those flying things?
The
The flying aliens?
which
No.
the big the big manta?
Yeah. Sounds
Why?
like
No, it's actually just a collision object. Barely a collision object.
okay.
Like, it won't actually interact with most things. You can stand on top of it, and it will fly through structures.
It's a flying
on
rock,
set
basically.
path. Yes.
And even that is giving it not enough credit since I can blow up rocks now.
Sadly, you can't blow up this thing, but okay. So we have 22 supercomputers for technically whatever needs. Okay, so we are missing the high-speed connect. HY. What are we missing? We are missing a heck ton of quickwire.
If we need it, I have a base full of it ready to ship. I just wasn't sure we wanted it shipped to the base. per our previous
Uh.
conversation.
Well, we already have a giant, huge stockpile of quick wire anyway.
Oh, okay, so then it's not necessary.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just I need to get it from where it's at to where we need it to. But at the same time, it's like I believe there's a couple of recipes for quick wire that allow it to make like circuit boards and other things. But
Yeah, that's going to be one of my next projects.
well, let's start trying to grab some hard drives.
Harvest.
Oh, I need heavy oil residue. How do I not have enough heavy oil residue now?
Relaying message. Hello, this is paternal figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure.
Oh.
Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Oh,
Shoot,
man.
how am I going to do this?
Comply. I strongly advise you to harvest this specimen.
Bless-
Sorry. Okay.
Asher,
Yeah.
do we need smokeless powder going to the hub? Are we using it over there for anything?
Not actively. I mean, like, there are some things we could probably automate, like making rifling if we had like copper sheets.
I was gonna, because I'm at your steel base, your black powder area. That's where I was gonna start manufacturing stuff like that, ammo and munitions.
Munitions, so like Nobelisk.
Yeah. So
we could make cluster Nobelisks using smokeless powder.
So I'm thinking maybe I need to change this platform to take in
Picking up multiple fix-it personnel
Stuff like
in the
that.
area. Proceed
Yeah.
with harvest before it's too late.
Let's see here.
Okay, so I need to catch a train and reprogram it so that this turns into a
Harvest.
unload station
Yeah.
and unloads only. Oh, shit, that's not gonna work though. No, I gotta think something else.
Oh. Okay. I've been kind of slowly updating some belts, and we can honestly do stuff with. We have about 100. You said you've been making cases, correct? Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
they are unfortunately down at the refinery, so
Okay. Alright. I'm going to at least double check the Cooper place. Because it looks like we've... the copper over here has been taken over for aluminum production.
well, I don't know if it's the entire copper node. Just check exactly how much is being used.
I do have another one that I could probably spin off and just... I've been having it make cables, but I can also spin it off to have it make just wire and such. So, alright. Wow. It's kind of stopped. Obviously, because it's missing aluminum ingots. And aluminum ingots are stuff because, well, silica. Okay. I think a train's coming your way, Eddie.
Okay, good. I didn't catch it.
I see you killed my, my wire production
What?
over at the normal at our starter cable base.
I didn't kill it though.
No, not you.
Oh.
Not you.
Oh, if I killed it, that'd be bad.
Well, it's the fact that MPX took it over, honestly, for a good
Stormy
cause.
advise you to harvest this specimen.
Oh, I think I just found the first use case for those drones.
Let me guess.
Comply.
I need heavy
It's in
oil
place.
for this one for our munitions factory.
Okay, so we're taking my my spot. That's both the sulfur production and steel production. That small little area, and turning it into a munitions factory.
Yep,
Okay.
it has everything we need except oil, which I'm gonna have. That's probably what I'm gonna have to end up using the drones for. Because I can't puzzle out a good way to do it by train. I would have to build another station if I wanted to do it by train, and even then it still would be iffy. Yeah, it wouldn't. It's not a good idea. It's doable, but it would be a good idea.
Okay, and you said it's at your refinery, correct, MPX? The casings?
Yes.
Alright. Time for the long journey.
Oh, that's right. You were only making sheets at the hub, not casings, right?
Yeah.
Let's take some of this oil home with me.
Oh god, there's two of them. Oh, that's why.
How did nobody pick you up, you little boy? You're a little sluggy boy. Yeah.
I totally did this backwards. Warp Pike, go! Take me home, country road. Where the place I belong.
Oh God.
You
What?
okay?
Okay, literally the radiation is surrounded by freaking spiders, like 5 of them.
Oh, you're talking about the cave one.
I am not talking about the cave one. The cave one is somewhere else.
Eh,
This is in the Red Forest.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
Don't forget, in case you want another node, that I have one marked. The first one that we found many streams ago.
There's. Apparently, spiders are irradiated
Yes, they are.
like
Gross.
kitties.
Gross.
Where are you? There you are.
And I'm so sorry.
But your cat's so broken.
Here we go. Give me all the oil.
Holy crap, that's a lot. Okay, at the refinery. Which belt spaghetti do I follow to find the casings? Nope. Casings found! Only 200 taken.
Okay, let's refill this machine. Just
Where
let's start
am I right now? Okay. That's where I am. But literally, when we're having to do this, we'll have to go in with force. Like at this point, I would say throwing bombs at it is probably more efficient than anything.
Time for cluster?
Maybe.
throwing bombs at the creatures.
Yes.
Okay, what is big news?
Big news. Okay, let's see. Big news is a computer I could not get in the Red Forest.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
For some
All right,
reason,
that's the nitric thing. Okay.
Okay. And need to figure out the process of
Right, explosive rebar automated. MPX, when you gave us those gas filters, is that because you automated a process for gas filters, or you just made a bunch?
I made a bunch. I didn't realize most people were just making their own.
Well, I'm gonna. If that's the case, I'm going to start a system for making those automatically.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what the recipe is. Gas filter. Fabric, coal, and rubber. Okay. I think we have all three of those going to base. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we do. All three of those items should be going to base. So.
I'm not sure which container contains rubber, but that was the old truck route, if it's still going.
No, truck road is shut down.
Okay.
MPX, did you stop sending us rubber because we had an excess of rubber, right? So we stopped rubber transport.
Yeah, we still are producing rubber. Okay,
is-
how do I get electricity off of the train belt?
You
Connect a power supply to the train station,
yes.
and that's all.
Yep.
To the train station, not the...
Yeah. So,
Okay.
because the rail itself is powered, but as soon as you connect a train station, it should gain the power, and then you just take a power line off of that, and it operates like a giant, huge power line. Speaking of which, there is actually another part of the update that they're going to be doing, which is, you know those big power towers of electrical wire?
No.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. No.
Yeah, the big things that you'd see across going like on highway trips.
Oh, talking about real life. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
real life.
Yes. Yes.
They're adding those to the game,
Oh wow. Interesting.
and well, it's because of the fact that people wanted a much more aesthetic way of creating power, and so they were like, "Here's a good way of having like power lines that aren't just like short 50-meter tracks. They're like, you build one of these things and they go forever for a good distance, like almost 5 to 10 times longer than a normal power pole."
Oh, good. I'm not completely away from all electricity.
There we go.
Because Eddie managed to miss a hard drive.
Oh, cool.
Honestly, I thought that was our hard drive you already picked up, given previous conversations.
Well, you should have at least poked it to make sure it wasn't opened.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, my inventory is full, so I need to probably bring stuff back. But yeah, as far as I can tell, unless it's a particular form of easy to get uranium, we are going to have a hard time trying to get it.
I think the easier ones are over in the marsh, which we haven't explored. But those are also inundated with hogs and spiders.
Hogs is easier than, well, it depends on what level of stuff.
Oh, hey, we have like 17 heat sinks already. Nut.
Ah, crap.
Would you not find?
I was trying to get a yellow slug, except it's on like a tiny, tiny thing. And every single time I almost got myself stabilized, I ended up twitching myself off.
Yeah. Build a concrete
I've
platform.
been there.
Oh. I'm actually out of space.
Not outer space, just out of space.
Yes.
I mean, I guess we're technically already in outer space, so.
Okay.
You know, that's a term you don't hear a lot anymore, outer space. I don't think we use that term much anymore,
We just simplify it to space.
right? Because outer space kind of seems redundant at this point, a little bit.
Well, it does and doesn't, depending on what we mean by outer versus inner. I mean, technically, you could say anything within the Earth's orbit, or like the moon, is inner space, in a sort of sense.
Yeah, that's a way you could probably use it. It just doesn't seem like we're using it in that way, or at all.
Well, yeah. I don't know. Usually, when most people use the term outer space, they meant past the solar system. In other words, really exploring the universe versus just simply looking at it from the ground level. Okay, slotting this into the MAM. Hopefully we get something good.
Yeah.
Gonna have to mash some slugs.
Squish, squish, squish.
Well, I managed to get 4 blue slugs.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
1 yellow slug. And 1 purple slug.
I'm still waiting for us to get metal slug.
That's a mod.
I would love a mod that's just replacing the slugs with the metal slug. the metal slug sprite.
I mean, they've already got something in place. I'm pretty sure somebody can make a mod like that.
Oh, that'd be great. I'd pay top dollar for that kind of mod. Just make all the slugs power slugs. Metal slugs. I gotta remember to start putting signs on these boxes so we know what's what. Okay. Gas filters are now in process of being crafted. Should be. Where is the coal? Oh, I gotta wait for a coal shipment to come in. But are we? I don't know if we are actually exporting coal or not. Should be.
We are exporting coal, as far as I know.
I mean, we have a box for it, but I can't remember if I turned it off at some point for some reason.
It might still be, because, like, I checked one of the lower boxes and it was still there. So...
I might double check that. I might have not. No, it should be. I don't know. I might have to sanity check it at some point.
Alright, I have converted one of my machines of my cable thing to just purely doing copper wire. So, that's still being produced. Sorry. I should actually probably change one of these. Okay.
Okay. Do you think I should go ahead and create a filter for the suits too?
Probably.
Okay. Let me work on that. I need quick wiring and aluminum casings for that one.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you've already explored a lot of the stinky areas then?
If I have, I'm
Yeah.
not. I'm maybe not methodically. Okay, as of right now, we are neither manufacturing or importing aluminum casings to the hub, correct?
As far as I know, yeah. It's just aluminum scrap. And you said you set up your train to pick up silica.
I might have to go rewire, but it should. I'm almost certain it is. I need to check. What I'll probably do is I'll go stand next to the train and double check what's coming in, and then that will clear up any of my doubts. So the train is actually on its way, so now's a good time to check.
Oh, I found a weird problem.
Hmm.
Some aluminum scrap got into the silica bin. So, excuse me while I do some rewiring, Tom.
Smelter splatter, plastic, oil, fabric, and motors are being imported in. Okay. But not coal. Coal is not on this list. So I must have at some point shut off the coal. I guess I'll have to go turn it back on.
No. There we go.
Ma'am is finished.
Okay.
Okay, what we have is fine black powder, biocoal, and charcoal, which is pretty limited. Charcoal is turning 1 wood into 10 coal. Biocoal is turning 5 biomass into 6 coal.
Ah.
And black powder is probably the most interesting one here. Changes the recipe to 2 sulfur and 1 compacted coal into black powder. Because it would finally give us a use for compacted coal. Except compacted coal is coal plus sulfur. Is it me or all of these are bad?
I'm trying to figure... There's a way to basically restart the research, but... Let me take a look. Wood to coal, that's 150. Biocoal, 45. Fine black powder, which makes 2 sulfur to 1 coal to 4, which I think it's 1 to 1? Okay. Black powder.
Well, it's not coal, it's compacted coal. Which
Ah.
is 5 and 5. So...
Yeah.
The only one which I think is worthwhile may be charcoal, since it would give us something to use wood for else than biomass, but it's sort of just, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't care for any of these.
Yeah, and these are all kind of meh.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and that one that uses compacted coal is actually half as effective as just the standard recipe, which...
I feel like that only is useful if you're doing something weird. Like you're trying to recycle a bunch of other crap or something.
It's like, you have leftover compacted coal for whatever reason, and you need to get rid of it.
It doesn't seem worthwhile. Like we're not hurting for black powder.
Yeah, I feel like the wood to coal would be a decent one, but that's
Just
the least evil of the bunch.
wait, no. What was the other coal one? It was biomass.
It was bio coal, which takes 5 biomass to make 6 coal.
I would think that one is more useful than the wood one.
Well, it's 1 wood to 10 coal.
Yeah, but biomass is more like that's a more universal input. Because we don't care about efficiency. It's more like that's a something we can use leftover materials for. And there's always plenty
Possibly.
of leftover materials that we can turn into biomass.
Yeah.
Instead of just only wood.
Well, these these recipes would show up no matter what we select. So,
I think the biomass, the coal one, is the most useful out of a bunch of meh useful ones.
well, MPX, you?
It doesn't matter, honestly.
Well, in this case, biocoal. Bleh. New
I guess now I
resource.
won't throw away all the random leaves and wood that I pick up. Just turn them into coal.
And we do have a lot of solid biofuel. Still.
But it's too late for biofuel because it only works for biomass.
Yeah.
So maybe we want to that factory we have that creates biofuel. Maybe we want to cut it off so that it stops at biomass, so we can make use of this.
Probably. Off.
And the buggy and the train tracks do not mix. Like the game gets angry at me whenever I bring the car next to railroad tracks.
It's gotta be that electrical interference.
Absolutely. Super does not... I made a mistake trying to force it. It's just a quick trip.
Bleh. Okay, these pipes are going. Okay. You are making explosive rebar.
Yep.
That's. I believe the Red Forest does have a few more quartz locations that we could use. Which may help with the silica problem.
Okay, the filters in a place of extreme radiation.
Mhm.
Oh, great. This one needs 6 turbo motors.
Ugh.
Uh,
We do not have any of those. We do not have the ability to make those.
well, I'm picking up things that are probably of the same tier. Like, I picked up some radio control units and batteries. But outside of that,
How many radio control units?
4.
Yeah.
At least more than you have now. Not to mention, I do have another hard drive that I managed to scrounge.
Yay!
I really wish this thing could actually stick on what you had it selected last.
Same.
Because, I'm guessing that scan thing that you have done,
Yeah.
doesn't really give you fine control over finding it.
No.
Not really. It the tower now basically just goes, "Hey, we have,"
You are missing so many of these things.
Yeah.
and then you have to use a little tiny finder thing to do beep 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 and.
Are
I really wish it had an improved version.
you crafting casings anywhere in your base, MPX?
Me?
Yeah.
It's in the foundry.
Foundry?
Or the refinery. It should be relatively obvious. Like, okay, go back towards that, to your, yeah, it's right on your right. Like, you should be able to find, you're going too far.
Oh, here we go. This is the line, and it's feeding into here. It's. Oh. Here we go.
How full up is it on?
It's the top one's not even full,
Okay.
which is why I was having trouble finding it because I was checking the bottom one, not checking the top one.
Also, Asher, are you going to need any slugs?
I
Or-
typically have a slug in my inventory. I just haven't mashed it.
Well, how many? Do you need any power stuff?
I've been trying to avoid like overpowering stuff.
I don't
Mostly
know.
because
Just to simply to make do with supplies and stuff, it might be useful, especially if you're starting up something new. Just simply
nothing
so you can
currently.
take advantage of it all.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave these 4 in the system.
Okay. Also, can you take a look at the belting?
For what?
For the aluminum ingots, because like I tried, I fixed 2 of the smelters because somehow aluminum scrap got into the silica bin. And then just started filling up all the belts. And so, as far as I can tell, 2 of them are not.
Yeah,
putting
I
solar.
know this stupid frickin' connecting to the wrong node.
Hey, 100 crystal oscillators. Nice.
Okay, awesome. Fine. So now I'm works. We're automating both. Gas filters and iodized filters.
Nice. So we now have a place that we can basically just pick up filters when we start going into those caves and various other high-risk places.
Yep.
Also, do we have Mark III miners now?
That's the one after this.
Oh.
Mark III is the next milestone. And that one's a beesh because we'd actually have to poke our noses into a little bit of nuclear power in order to get the requirements.
Nuclear powered miners.
Because that's leading edge production, which then gets us turbo motors, and then minor Mark IIIs. But we still have to do this one in order to get the fused modular frame, which obviously that's going to be used for the Mark III miners. So we need 46 more.
Also, that hard drive should be finishing up soon.
Okay, well, I think we have enough computers. No, we probably do have enough computers. I just need, and definitely enough crystal oscillators to basically just handcraft the radio control units.
Also, who the heck is the Crimson Comet?
That's the train.
That's Eddie. That's Eddie's. Okay. Because something tells me heavy modular frames is going to be basically the third tier of modular frames is going to be a bitch to make.
I still. Oh, that's right. I'm set. I'm going to continue trying to find some hard drives. Because I think we do need, like, some of those alternate recipes.
Yeah. I'm gonna go over to your refinery and grab a few aluminum cases. Just gonna knock out those radio control units manually. Oh, hey, I could actually just grab some oscillators and make myself my own buggy. Probably should grab fuel first. Are you doing reorganization of the biofuel stuff?
Yep.
Here, have some leaves. Because all I did was basically just like shut this thing down. That's all I did.
So
I turned off the one that turns into solid biofuel.
We'll be able to make use of this again. Maybe.
Oop. Alright. Motors.
Okay, I guess that isn't a viable place.
MAM research. Let's see what we got. Before I head off and get those casings. Boop. Alternate steeled frame. Ooh. Ooh, that's... Okay, so the 3 recipes are steeled frame, coated iron plate, and classic battery.
Well, a classic battery seems like something we can actually make.
Because classic battery is sulfur, alclad aluminum, plastic, copper to 4 batteries. I think we've had coated iron plate before, and we were like, because it's iron ingots and plastic. The alternate steel frame takes steel pipes and reinforced iron plates to make 3 modular frames. And it takes a full minute to make it.
Uh,
Let me check
what the current steel frame production is?
what the modular frame currently takes. So, standard recipe is 3 reinforced 12 iron rod. 2, that takes a full minute. The alternate recipe of reinforced iron plate of 3 to 56 to 2, but that's 5 per minute. So this one's kind of in between, but I'd say it's kind of worse because it takes away steel piping to make.
I think the only way it's useful is if you're in a certain type of configuration.
Yeah.
But
I'd say classic battery probably... Let me check to see what the battery... Bless you.
Oh, that was me kicking things. Sorry.
Huh. So, the new battery requires a blender to make. Requires sulfuric acid, alumina solution, aluminum casing to make 1 battery and 1.5 water.
I think the plastic battery has great potential.
yeah, because
Yeah,
doesn't
it
it just
does-
simply need a manufacturer
Yeah.
versus the blender?
Yep.
Pure manufacturer and
Most of those
30
things we already have on lockdown in terms of construction.
and it's actually better because it makes 30 per minute without having any water as a leftover versus the 20 per minute in the blender. So, classic battery?
I think so. Seems like a clear winner. And because we haven't started battery production yet, we can make that our primary way of doing it.
Well, battery production is mostly meant for the drones and stuff. Mostly.
Where are you oscillating our crystals?
The crystals?
Yep.
If you take a look to your left past the containers, you should see them. Right here.
You already are where they are.
Basically, the crystals are being offloaded into basically a crystal oscillator.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. So I'll head that direction then.
Yeah.
Let's see, where are the heavy frames? Okay, and then crystal oscillator.
Probably stop switching back.
Are we actively using crystal oscillators for something?
Oh, hey, I found just Tears of the Kingdom. Not actively?
Okay. So I don't need to be guilty about taking a few.
Yeah, no, basically they are open to whatever.
Okay. Perfect.
That's why I made it, is because in case we need to make something.
You know, curious question.
Hmm.
You know the bees
Yeah.
and the eggs that make them?
Yeah.
Do they actually have an upgraded form?
Not that I've seen, and hopefully not.
Nope.
Because, well, not the most fear-inducing one. Definitely a headache.
As far as I know. Oh, gratuitous, sarcastic, lol. Don't know when that popped up, but hey, thanks for the message.
Oh yeah, there is nothing but chaos to be found here. So, welcome to the Black Parade.
I'm still trying to find some more hard drives.
So if you want to come back to base, according to the radar, there's one near base. There's one remaining within range of the base.
Which one?
Within the range of the radar? Like,
Mhm.
Well, you can do that one. Like, just simply go up on a plateau or something. It's probably there.
Okay, I'll scud out.
Because as far as I can tell, it only measures X, Y. It doesn't do anything funky with Z.
I think so. I haven't. Hopefully. I think that's the case, from my experience. Let's get my scanner out and let's do a little hunting. That's curious. Maybe I'll fit in my truck. We did. So let's replace the chainsaw. Let's see, where can we find this last hard drive? Oh, I should get my explosive rebar. That might be helpful in the search for this. It'd be nice if we used the scanner in the car. That would make a world of difference. But Sadly. Although, I guess we could cheat it by somebody drive the car and then somebody be on top with the scanner active. And that could be a way to do it.
Please don't tell me you need. Okay, good.
Oh, and I also remember where there was another hard drive, but I couldn't do it because we had those gassy creatures. But now that I have the explosive rebar, I can go back and destroy
I
them.
might have actually picked that one up.
Is it near my sulfur extractor?
The bottom one?
No, the one northeast.
Okay. No, that one I might have picked up. I mean, as soon as you get into visual distance while looking for hard drives and it does not ping, it means that the hard drive is gone from it.
I'll go ahead and take a look at that and verify yay or nay on that.
And just as a reminder, Eddie, the explosives taking out the gassy rocks. Just to make sure, are we talking about the blue and orange plant creatures, or
Yeah.
are we talking like the rock? Okay. Yeah, General Novelist will take care of those. I'm not sure about explosive rebar.
They do. They are quite effective.
Okay, I'm just gonna knock out the rest of the radio control units by hand, which that's kind of stupid, but we're not necessarily messing around with drones yet, so whatever.
Right, locked and loaded. And just for visual, I will now demonstrate their effectiveness against these gassy creatures. Kaboom and Gagon.
Okay.
Okay, back to the search tree. This hard drive. In range, I am not. Let's go west from here. Something.
Well, I found another nitrogen gas. It's unfortunately a bit farther away than would be useful.
Well,
Oh, here we go. That's where I thought. Got a hit. Probably no surprise we were so close yet so far.
it was up on the rocks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. And it just needs modular frames, so hard drive acquired.
Cool.
And then some random scraps.
I'll pick up the scraps. We can always use them.
Where's Papa Smurf? Can't have you accidentally pushing me into the bisque.
Alright.
Okay, I'm gonna go load up the hard drive machine and then I'm... Ooh, there was a rocket dude here the whole time! And rocket dude is dead. I now have a second jetpack.
Milestone reached. The object scanner can now find underground wells which can be pressurized to extract resources such as nitrogen, water, and oil. Nitrogen will contribute to more advanced aluminum parts.
There we go. And now to basically make sure the supercomputer thing is loaded up and... Ugh.
Okay, let's see here. Loading up the hard drive. Alright, 10-minute ETA.
30 megawatts.
And that means this... Actually, I'm going to take down this tower because now I don't think we need it for anything else. The hard drive's the most important thing. Unless we want to save it for bug hunting.
Not really.
Okay.
The slugs are nice, but we're trying to do it on minimum amount.
How much does this burst? Right, just enough. Okay. So now I need to actually equip. Oh, I don't need to. Oh,
MPX, do you have any need for bug scanning?
bug scanning?
Yeah, because the radar also tells us how many bugs are in the area.
Slugs.
Slugs.
No, I've been able to find most of them relatively easily, but
I'm taking down the radar tower so I can repurpose its items
Okay.
into another tower somewhere else. I'm gonna go make one near your refinery.
okay. Managed to find the second hard drive.
Nice.
Going to be coming back home. If I find any more on the way back, because right now, I don't know if you can see where I am on the map. But
Yes.
I am far up here.
Yeah, you're pretty far north.
I think technically I found one of the other starting zones.
There's another starting zone?
Well, yes.
They all take place on the same map, Eddie.
Like, did you start? Oh, hey, another hard drive. This way.
Yeah, you're gonna have to clarify for me because I don't know what you mean.
So basically, the 4 starting zones in Satisfactory are all on this one map because this is the only map. So you can start in the plane
Oh,
section.
come on! I just crashed.
Oh.
Ah, boy.
Please don't tell me I'm dead.
Let me guess. You were being attacked by a bug.
No, it's a thing of that usually these things usually have an enemy nearby to protect them.
Yeah.
And somehow I'm only at half health, so it's like, don't want to have the same problem with last time or so.
Yeah.
Especially since it's like, oh, hey, I also don't have a hard drive. Well, I have a hard drive. I have 2 of them. I mean...
Alright, let's see what this new frame is called and how bad is it. Can I not make it? Oh. Oh no. Alright, so fused modular frame requires 1 heavy, 50 aluminum case, and nitrogen gas.
You say that like you should be surprised, but We just got introduced to the new material.
Yeah,
The
wasn't
game
quite
wants us
sure.
to use it. Use it or
I
lose it.
wasn't. It was one of those things of like maybe it was something I could craft by hand. No, it absolutely
not.
100% requires the blender,
Uh,
and we need to figure out a way of transporting nitrogen gas to someplace that's manufacturing the heavy modular frames and casings to make this. And let's see, what does it require?
Yeah. Oh. Oops. I just accidentally continued my single player save.
Oops.
Oops.
you trying to abandon us,
Okay.
MPX?
Maybe escape reality.
So the pressurizer. Okay, pressurizer's nice because it just requires copper, rubber, encased steel beams, and 50 motors. As well, but for the resource well extractors, that's steel and plastic. So,
Not too bad.
but now we have access to the wells.
Well.
But this is the milestone that will get us the tier 3 miners.
Welcome
The
back,
only problem
Zincrest.
is
Okay, does it say I'm dead? Nope.
It says you joined
I
the
am
game.
not dead. I am not dead.
Hooray!
get your inhaler
There
and
is, however, as I thought, a monster, but it's only a
Fly.
tier 1.
tier 1 boy.
Yeah. Plasma splitter. Okay, there's a second one. But that's still not too bad. It's not like it's tier 3 plasma splitters. Blech. Plasma splitters.
Hasmer spitters.
Okay, this just needs... Come on. Oh, hey, it's the first time they actually rendered the hard drive inside of it.
Okay, so I built another tower near your refinery, MPX. And
Yeah.
they are thankfully 8 hard drives yet to be discovered in this area.
I don't know if we need to collect all the hard drives to get all the alternate recipes.
Actually, from what I heard from Kibitz, there are more hard drives than there are alternate recipes. They're just there for if they add in more, or if you don't find them all.
Oh, hey, look, it's the Samor. And spiders.
Weirdly enough, we actually do need the Samor, but that's for the final milestone. That's why there's a map marker labeled Sam site.
Ah,
Did you pick up big news, or no?
I,
No. Oh, hey, various bauxite. places... Oh, hey, we have a bauxite pier. Water impure. Nitrogen impure. I guess the special guest that I thought would be joining us did not, but he messaged me.
Yeah.
Such a tease you gave us.
I thought he might be, but then again, from the sounds of it, the way he was accessing may not have actually been the best method.
Gotcha.
So.
Another time then.
Oh no, it's out of. I'll go see what the mam's got.
How are you hitting me?
Use shotgun ammo.
Explosion?
So. Oh wait, wrong time. Do. All right. What? Okay, we have pure quartz crystal. Ew. Heavy oil residue. Ew. Alternate cooling device. So, pure quartz crystal is made in the refinery. Takes 9 quartz, 5 water, makes 7 quartz crystals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good for more quartz, but I don't think we're hurting for quartz crystals.
Not really. We are more hurting for silica, but heavy oil residue takes 3 crude oil to make 4 heavy oil residue and 2 polymer resin.
Not a bad one, except that we're kind of beyond it. Because we would only have to use that for making plastics and fuel, but we're not in any dire need of either.
The alternate cooling device, that one's kind of iffy, but it's basically 5 heat sinks, 1 motor, 24 nitrogen gas to make 2 cooling systems.
That one seems more favorable because we haven't started making them yet, so it'll be easier to implement.
Well, the standard recipe takes 2 heat sinks, 2 rubber, 5 water, 25 nitrogen, but it makes it at 6 per minute. Whereas the alternate does 3.75 per minute. It's less items, but it's takes more time to make. So it's kind of like that one may be a bit better, but
I mean, maybe of the 3, it's still I think the better recipe because I don't think the other 2 were in need of those anymore.
Are we talking what just finished up at the MAM?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, let me just check myself.
Because heavy oil residue, I'll be honest, I think we're pretty good.
Yeah.
The pure quartz crystal, while it's much better, I don't think we technically need it.
It will be at least an interesting way to save up on certain types of recipes for foundries, but
But basically, 2 are refineries, 1 is in the blender, which... So Eddie's voting for alternate cooling device. Your thoughts, MPX?
that'd probably be best.
Okay. Alternate cooling device it is.
Okay, it's up there. Whatever, I've already collected a ton.
There we go. Alright, that's in place. And what is this boy? What are you doing?
I mean, technically, I could just shove it, make a MAM down here, and shove all my hard drives into it.
You could.
Ah,
I'll probably
It
do
would
that
just-
as soon as I get back to Foundry, just simply so it's at least semi-sensical. This would be entirely different if the MAM was like, oh no, you can only have one of those, like the hub and the space elevator.
yeah.
We haven't researched turbo rifle ammo, right?
No, but that's mostly because we haven't had a way of getting me packaged turbo fuel.
Okay, I'm gonna work on that next then.
Okay, I'm
Yes.
confused. I thought I already plugged all of these.
Admittedly, well, I can now technically finish out sulfur. Ugh.
MPX, what were you talking about? I didn't understand.
I was just looking at the map because you now have like the scanner on top that we no longer need to like find resources. We can just look at what's available. Okay.
Doodle.
Okay, so I do have quartz, crystal, and okay, so that is going through. Okay, good.
Here.
And there's one here. One, two. And one more past this. Oh. I haven't exploited that one yet. Okay. Let's see. I only need is computers, motors. What do I need for another expanded thing? Motors. Might just do that. Since we're waiting on the second batch for nuclear, I think I'm going to expand the fuel power plant down here, just simply so we're ahead of the curve.
Okay.
But I'm probably going to be coming up for more computers. So do we have enough of those?
Let me check to see if they've been being produced or if I'm behind on something. Got 20. How many do you need?
I probably need those then, all 20.
Okay. So, that's why I'm behind. I am missing the circuit boards.
You know, this looks very silly without anything else to it.
Which one?
I've taken a screenshot.
Oh boy.
It's one of those, this seems desynced. Let's see. Why do we have- might as well just-
There we go. I have resumed production
Of computers?
of computers. Wow, we've got an overstock of crystal oscillators, but that should help with just continuing making more computers.
I also put something into the MAM. I also
Alright.
still have 3 hard drives, so we'll be able to go through those as soon as they come through.
There we go. Five-minute warning to 10:30.
10-4.
Actually, give me a moment. I think there was a stash of computers back at base. I think I might have set some aside for something and I forgot about them.
Probably supercomputers.
Nope, 50 normal computers. They're right next to basically the hub terminal. If you
Okay.
want them.
Yeah. Well, this is probably mostly for next time.
Yeah.
Okay. Just make sure.
Where is nitrogen? Okay. I'm gonna go set up a thing for the nitrogen gas.
10-4.
Okay.
In the...
There's one near next to my motor base. If there's not one closer, I'm at it right now.
Yeah, I saw that one, and it's up. I'm going toward... I'm heading east. So I think that one's actually closer to the oil fields. Yeah, leave me the fuck alone, you bitches. Eat boiled shit.
Wee.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Your map reveals stuff. Doesn't reveal uranium.
Yeah, there. I don't know why, but there does seem to be a couple of things that it doesn't reveal, and I don't know what the rhyme or reason is behind it.
Like, we're not far enough into the tech tree or something.
Like, I'm not sure because the other day, in my personal game, when I had just discovered aluminum,
Yeah.
the bauxite veins were not appearing on my radar until I walked
Weird.
closer to them. Did they start popping on my radar? So I don't know if that's a problem with the radar
Okay,
or
where
a
did
problem
you
with the
say
game.
the extra computers were?
They were in the box that's like right next to the hub.
That is not useful.
So basically the little tiny terminal that we use to turn stuff in for the
Okay, now I see them.
Found you. Hey, buddy.
Oh, you found the Big Daddy spider?
Nope.
Oh, 'cause that's where I died before, so I figured that's what it was over there.
He shot my obelisk. Hello.
Also, was that warning for 10 or 10:30?
10:35.
Okay. So we should be shutting down soon.
Soonish.
Okay. Right. So this one. Nitrogen gas. Q. Resource. I don't have an. I came all the way over here.
And you didn't have anything. Well, what does it take to build it?
50 motors.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah, but you only need one for the main, and then the rest are all resource node collectors, which are really cheap
Comparatively.
comparatively. But looking at where it's located, it's right next to the refinery that I see somebody messing around with. I'm guessing that's Eddie.
Yep. Probably.
Yeah, there's a nitrogen gas thing over there, so...
Well, I did find one earlier. I guess that going to make that my claim. Then.
Okay. Okay, so that one. Are there spare motors here?
Here, no.
Damn it.
Are you looking at my base?
No, I'm looking at Eddie, like directly at him.
Yeah, there's no motor manufacturing here. I mean, my base just north of here that does, but not this one.
Well. Is that the area where the radio tower is?
Further north than that.
Okay, past that. Because I have all the other materials, I just need motors.
Yeah, the literal motor factory is just north of your north. Oh, you should almost be there.
Yeah, because I think I saw.
It's at Calcanis station is where motors are developed at.
Drop pod. It's already been claimed.
Ah, great. I've made a mistake.
Is it grave?
No, I've gotten all these high degree items.
Okay. There you go.
That I do not have.
Yeah.
Arrgh.
Ooh, I went too far.
Yeah, go. Just follow the map to Calcanis.
Well, the problem is that you said north, so I've just been following the direction north.
Follow Calcanis instead. It'll get you.
I'll just follow this belt of coal.
Okay. I mean, it'll get you there doing that too.
Probably. How could you miss this yellow boy? Oh, hey, look, another nitrogen spot, I believe. Let's make sure. Yep, more nitrogen. So there's actually 2 around this area.
That's good.
Weirdly enough, one is actually very close by to a train, which means we could probably, with a bit of packing. Okay, here we go. So where is the motors? $43.
Okay, do you want us to shut it down now?
So down what?
Also, we have 18 Fix-It coupons ready to print.
So far, I got everything on my wish list, so I don't know if feel like I'm missing anything as far as what we can use tickets for.
Oh, I'm missing plastic. Alright.
Okay, turbo fuel is in production.
I have made one thing, so I'm going to go back to Talus, pick up some plastic so we can gather resources of nitrogen gas. So I believe how much? Yeah, I have.
I am desperately trying to clean up my inventory at the moment.
Yeah. Follow this tube.
Oh, right. Did the MAM get researched?
It did finish up. Since I was not there,
Okay, some interesting choices.
Ew.
Electric motors, which uses electromagnetic control rods and rotors to make motors. It's slightly faster than usual, but essentially we're adding an extra thing just simply to downgrade back down to an older material.
Ew.
Coke steel ingot, which uses iron ore and petroleum coke, so it's actually a rather relatively useful thing for that. To make 20 steel, it actually makes a ton of steel fast. It's 100 per minute.
That may be a good one.
Well, it makes something. Well, if you just simply have a steel node close to a refinery, it actually does make a lot of use. Then steel rod just simply turns steel ingots into rods. So it's another downgrade one, but it's capable of making a lot very fast.
It's actually kind of an upgrade because the original is like 15, whereas this one is 48 per minute.
Well, it's a matter of, in essence, steel is sort of a downgrade back down to rods, but then again, it's a matter of if you're already making a lot of steel and you need rods to come off of it.
Yeah.
It does make a lot of sense. Remember, I still have some other hard drives, so we can play the lottery again next time.
Yeah. My vote, weirdly enough, is for that, for the...
Steel ingot one with the iron and petroleum coke?
Yeah, because, like, isn't petroleum coke like a,
It's a byproduct of a refinery.
Yeah, which, that may be helpful around refineries and such.
Yeah.
So...
Because you would need to have iron near that refinery, which I don't know.
Well, yeah, that is sort of the issue, but then again, as I stated, we could always just simply do a packaging scheme and just simply bring the excess material to someplace with an iron node. Anyway, which one would you prefer, Eddie?
I don't know. None of them pull me in a particularly strong direction.
Okay. Well, in a sense, eventually, hopefully we get most of the good ones without having to, scour the entire map.
Right.
You did find the one that was near the starting zone?
Yep.
Okay, so it's now completely zero?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, so just coke stealing it then, I guess.
And then there are 8 in your area right now.
Yeah.
We could potentially get them at
Alright,
some point.
I'll confirm it. No qualms?
No qualms.
That
Okay. I'm not gonna put it in until next time, so.
yeah.
But it's probably gonna be a while until we come back to this save, so.
Yeah, it might be.
That's
It might be a bit.
Putting
I mean, we can say explicitly. Maybe we can come right back to it after we're done exploring Starfield. I mean, that's Starfield. Wait, was it Starfield? No, Armored Core. I had to think about that for a
Armored
second.
Core.
Actually, had to think about that for a full 5 seconds. Like, wait, what are we doing again? Yeah, after Armored Core, maybe we'll come back and finish this off, and then we'll move on to another single player game. Because Satisfactory has been quite satisfactory.
Yeah, I'm gonna go basically set myself up right next to the nitrogen just so I can put on the collectors on it. And then figure out a way of getting it on the train, possibly setting up a train to grab it just so that we can start utilizing it. But it's gas, which means we need a packager. Ugh.
Asher, do you remember how much turbo fuel was needed for the research?
50.
50? Okay.
Yeah.
Are we not shutting down quite yet?
I'm gonna go do this research as the last thing
Okay.
to do today for me. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Those geysers. Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Oh, you're taking a look at the geyser, or
I'm riding past it, so I heard the. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
yeah. So now I just need to figure out how to get this. But okay, exit. I'm just quitting on top of that thing, but yeah, it's 10 minutes to 11, so.
It's early.
Well, I have work tomorrow, so.
Yeah, getting a bit on time is important.
Great.
Alright.
I think I crashed again.
Oh, ouch.
Well, at least it's not in an important place or critical, so.
Yeah, I'll be done here in a
Alright.
sec too. But Asher, we will stream again in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today.
Yay.
And we'll do
Alright.
Armored Core. Be a good time. Arr!
Yeah, and I will be ahead of you technically, so I will do my best to guide you properly.
Say technically, but it's technically and literally, isn't it?
Well, it depends on how fast you are, honestly.
I mean, given that I only play 4 hours at a time, probably not too fast, but...
Well, I've only got like 6 hours under my belt, and I've been playing in like 30-minute spurts.
There's that 3-day weekend coming up.
One hopes I can get.
I guess that assumes you
If
have
I
it
can
off.
do that. Well, it's less of have it off, it's more of like try and get the new computer up and running.
Oh, point taken. Well, we'll have that to look forward to.
Alright.
Good night, Asher.
Night, everybody.
Okay, what do I need for turbo ammo? Oh, I need rifle ammo, which I didn't pick up on the way here. Ah, okay. Oh no, I have to make that myself, don't I? Yeah, that's right. I have to make that myself. Is that even worth it? Or did I reach the end of my... Maybe I can do it. Might just have enough.
Okay, well, hopefully I can get started wherever I am next time.
Yeah, I'm sure that there'll be like an hour or our next stream of this. They'll be like, "What were we doing again?" But we'll enjoy that when we finally get there, and we'll have turbo rifle ammo when we get there. So it'll be great.
Okay, well,
So-
good night.
Good night, everybody.